Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog came to Baker Street the way it always did in late October. Not as a visitor, but as something that had simply decided to stay. It pressed itself against the windows of 221B, with the patience of a cat waiting for cream, thick and yellow-grey in the gaslight, turning the familiar street below into something that belonged more to memory than to the waking world. Inside, the fire crackled with a voice all its own, speaking in pops and whispers to the shadows that gathered in the corners of the sitting room. And the air carried that particular mixture of pipe tobacco, old paper, and the faint metallic tang of London itself, a city that wore its coal smoke like perfume, and made no apologies for it. Dr. John Watson sat in his customary chair, the leather worn to the exact shape of his evening contemplations, and watched his friend pace before the fireplace with the restless energy of a man whose mind refused to settle. Sherlock Holmes moved like a metronome set to an irregular beat. 3 steps toward the window. Pause. Pivot. 4 steps toward the bookshelf. Pause again. His long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin. The detective had been like this for the better part of 3 days. Agitated, hungry for something Watson couldn't name, turning down cases with a wave of his hand as if they were yesterday's news wrapped around fish. "You'll wear a groove in Mrs. Hudson's carpet," Watson observed mildly, turning the page of the Lancet without really reading it. The medical journal had become more prop than literature this evening, something to hold while he waited for whatever storm was brewing in Holmes's considerable intellect to finally break. Holmes made a sound that might have been an agreement, or might have been dismissal. With him, the two were often indistinguishable. He stopped at the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to look down at the fog-wrapped street below, where the gas lamps made small islands of amber light in an ocean of grey. Somewhere out there, a hansom cab clattered past, its horse's hooves muffled and strange in the thick air, and a woman's laugh drifted up, bright and brief, like a match struck, and immediately blown out. "Do you know," Holmes said suddenly, his voice carrying that particular quality it took on when he was about to say something Watson wouldn't entirely like, that London sits atop itself, layer upon layer, like a cake, made by a baker who can't remember the recipe. Roman roads beneath medieval cellars, beneath Tudor foundations, beneath Georgian townhouses. The city doesn't grow up so much as it grows down, burying its past, but never quite forgetting it. Watson set down his journal. When Holmes waxed philosophical about architecture, it usually meant something was coming. I'm familiar with the concept, yes. We live in a city that's rather fond of piling the present atop the past and hoping nothing shifts. "Shifts," Holmes repeated, as if tasting the word. "Yes, quite." He let the curtain fall and turned back to the room, his hawk-like features sharp in the firelight. "Tell me, Watson, what do you make of this?" He crossed to the cluttered desk, a landscape of papers, telegram forms, tobacco ash, and the remains of breakfast that Mrs. Hudson would scold him about tomorrow, and retrieved a folded newspaper. Not the Times, Watson noted, but one of the smaller rags, the sort that reported on missing dogs and disputed property lines, alongside the occasional genuine news. Holmes handed it over, already folded to the relevant column, his finger tapping impatiently on a small item that had been circled in pencil. Watson adjusted his reading glasses and squinted at the cramped type. Missing person, the header read in bold print that tried very hard to seem important. Mr. Thomas Wickham, clerk, aged 42, last seen Thursday evening near Marylebone Road, known to frequent the area near the old underground works. Any information to be reported to... He looked up. Holmes, surely this is a matter for the regular police? A missing clerk. He's likely fallen into his cups and ended up in someone else's lodgings, or taken himself off to Brighton to escape his creditors. Read the description of where he was last seen. Watson looked again. Near the old underground works, the abandoned tunnel entrance at the corner of... He paused. A small detail had been added in parentheses, the sort of thing a reporter might include to add colour. Witnesses report hearing unusual sounds from below ground in recent weeks, singing or chanting in an unknown language. Singing, Holmes said softly, coming to stand beside Watson's chair. In an unknown language, from beneath the streets of Marylebone. And this is not the first such report, Watson, merely the first to result in a disappearance. The fire popped, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney, and Watson felt something shift in the room. Not the temperature, not the light, but something harder to name. The quality of the silence, perhaps. The way the shadows seemed to lean in closer. Underground works, Watson said slowly. You mean the old Metropolitan Railway excavations. But those were completed years ago, Holmes. Anything abandoned would have been sealed off, filled in, or simply left to the rats and the darkness. Officially, yes. Holmes returned to his pacing, but there was purpose in it now, a hunter's focus. Officially, every tunnel is accounted for, every passage mapped and catalogued with the meticulous precision that civic engineering demands. But London, my dear Watson, is a city built by humans, and humans are creatures of economy and expedience. When faced with a passage that leads nowhere useful, that costs more to fill than to simply wall off and forget, they choose forgetting. The maps show clean lines and rational progression. The reality beneath our feet is rather more complicated. Watson thought of the city above and below, the London everyone saw, of bright shop windows and traffic-choked streets, and the other London, the one that existed in cellars and sewers and forgotten spaces, where the light never reached and the air tasted of centuries. He'd treated patients from the underground works during the great diggings, men who came up from shifts below ground with strange coughs and strange dreams, who spoke of hearing things in the darkness that had nothing to do with water or rats or settling earth. You think this Wickham fellow went exploring where he shouldn't have, Watson said. It wasn't really a question. I think Mr. Wickham heard something that interested him more than his ledgers and his regular life. I think he went looking for the source of the singing, and I think... Holmes stopped mid-pace, his head tilting in that particular way that meant he was listening to something Watson couldn't hear. Not with his ears, anyway. Something in the pattern of facts, the rhythm of evidence. I think he found it. The clock on the mantel ticked into the silence that followed. Outside, the fog pressed closer, and somewhere in the distance, a church bell told 10 times, the sound muffled and strange, as if it were coming from underwater, or from very far away, or from beneath the streets themselves, echoing up through forgotten spaces and sealed tunnels to reach the surface world. Watson folded the newspaper carefully, creasing it along lines that had been creased before. "You've already decided we're taking the case." "My dear Watson," Holmes said, and there was something in his voice that Watson had rarely heard before. Not quite concern, not quite fascination, but something that lived in the space between the two. "The case has already taken us. We live on Baker Street. We live, quite literally, above whatever made Mr. Thomas Wickham walk away from his comfortable existence and into the dark. One might say we have a vested interest in learning what lies beneath our own feet." He crossed to the desk again, pulling out a map of London that had been annotated in his precise hand, marks and notes and small red circles that Watson couldn't quite make out from his chair. Holmes spread it before the fire, weighing down the corners with whatever came to hand, a paperweight shaped like a skull, a cold cup of tea, his pipe, and a hefty volume on the history of ancient Rome. "Come here," Holmes said, and Watson rose, his knee complaining slightly, as it always did in the damp, and joined his friend before the map. London spread out before them in black ink and careful notation, a maze of streets and buildings that humans had spent centuries creating, and that seemed, in the dancing firelight, almost alive, almost aware. Holmes pointed to a small red circle near Marylebone Road. "Mr. Wickham, 3 days ago." His finger moved to another circle, not far from the first. "Report of chanting or singing, 6 weeks ago, noted by workers doing repair on a building foundation. Dismissed as acoustics, the sounds carrying strangely through old pipes." Another circle, closer still to Baker Street. "Strange sounds, 8 weeks ago. A bobby on night patrol heard what he described as hymns in no Christian tongue, coming from a grating near Dorset Street. He filed a report. It was ignored." Watson leaned closer, following the pattern. The circles formed a rough arc, and at the centre of that arc, like the eye of a very quiet storm, sat the familiar address where they currently stood. "They're all around us." Quite. And now the first disappearance. Holmes's finger came to rest on the most recent mark. "But I suspect not the last. Something is waking, Watson, or perhaps calling," and Mr. Wickham answered. The fire settled with a sigh, and Watson felt the evening take on a different shape. No longer a quiet night of reading and companionship, but the beginning of something that would take them down into the parts of London that the gas lamps never touched, down into the spaces between, where the modern city sat uneasily, atop ruins older than anyone cared to remember. "When do we begin?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer. Holmes smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "We began 3 days ago when I started seeing the pattern. Tomorrow we will take a more active approach. Tonight—" He glanced toward the window, where the fog had thickened to the point where the street below had vanished entirely, swallowed by grey. "Tonight, I suggest we rest. One should always be well rested before descending into the underworld, don't you think? It's only polite." Watson returned to his chair, but sleep felt very far away now. He picked up his journal again, but instead of reading, he found himself listening to the familiar sounds of Baker Street, the crackle of the fire, the tick of the clock, Mrs. Hudson's careful footsteps below as she locked up for the night. Ordinary sounds, comforting sounds, the sounds of the London he knew, the world above ground, where mysteries had solutions, and missing clerks were simply men who'd made poor choices. But underneath it all, if he listened very carefully, Watson thought he could hear something else. Not the rattle of pipes or the settling of old buildings. Something more deliberate. Something that might have been singing, if singing could exist in a language the human throat was never meant to shape. Holmes stood before the map for a long time, his shadow stretching across London's streets like a question mark. And neither man spoke again until the fire burned low and the fog outside pressed so close it seemed to whisper against the glass, soft, persistent, patient, as something that had been waiting a very long time and could wait a little longer. The morning reluctantly came to Baker Street, as if it too had heard something in the night and wasn't quite sure it wanted to investigate. The fog hadn't lifted so much as transformed itself into a fine mist that hung in the air like breath, turning the city into a watercolor painting where the edges of buildings bled into sky and the cobblestones gleamed with moisture that might have been dew or might have been the residue of London's own exhalations. Watson woke to find Holmes already gone from his bedroom, which was unusual, but not unprecedented. What was unusual was the smell that had crept up the stairs. Not Mrs. Hudson's customary breakfast offerings of toast and kippers, but something sharper. Ink and old paper, and that particular mustiness that belonged to books that had spent too long in places where light feared to tread. He found Holmes in the sitting room, which had undergone a rather dramatic transformation in the few hours since Watson had retired. The furniture had been pushed to the walls, creating a large open space in the centre of the room, where Holmes had spread out what appeared to be half the contents of the British Library. Maps, old ones and new ones, overlapped each other in careful arrangements. Books lay open, with passages marked in Holmes's precise hand. Newspapers, dozens of them, some yellowed with age, formed small towers at strategic intervals. And in the centre of this carefully orchestrated chaos, Holmes himself sat cross-legged on the floor like a scholar from some ancient monastery. His dressing gown pooled around him, his eyes carrying that particular glitter that meant he'd either solved something brilliant or discovered something terrible. Possibly both. "Ah, Watson," he said, without looking up from the document he was studying. Something in Latin, from what Watson could see, with elaborate marginalia in what might have been medieval script. "Excellent timing. I need you to confirm something for me. How many ears does a man have?" Watson paused in the doorway, still in his nightshirt, trying to reconcile this question with the evidence of his friend's nocturnal activities spread across the floor. "Two, generally speaking, unless he's been unfortunate in war or accident. And if 7 different men in 7 different parts of London over the course of 9 weeks all reported hearing the same unusual sound, singing, chanting, hymns in unknown tongues, would you say they were all suffering from the same auditory delusion? That would be statistically improbable. I rather thought so." Holmes finally looked up, and Watson was struck by how drawn his friend appeared. The sharp features seemed sharper still, as if something had been carefully paring him down to essentials during the night. "Come, look at this. And put the kettle on first. Mrs. Hudson has been by already, taken one look at my research, muttered something about madness and Methodists, and retreated to her quarters. I suspect we're on our own for breakfast." Watson navigated through the paper landscape to the small stove, setting the kettle to boil, while Holmes continued his explanation, his voice taking on that rapid-fire quality it assumed when he was piecing together something that both fascinated and disturbed him. 3 more disappearances reported this morning, Holmes said, tapping a fresh newspaper that lay atop the others. The Daily Telegraph, still damp from the printer. 2 last night, 1 the night before, all within a quarter-mile radius of Baker Street, all near old tunnel entrances or cellars that connect to the deeper underground. The authorities are calling it a coincidence. They're using words like vagrant camps and criminal elements. They're wrong. Watson poured hot water over tea leaves, the familiar ritual grounding him as he processed this information. 3 more. Holmes, that's 4 missing persons in less than a week. Surely Scotland Yard is investigating according to their protocols? Yes. Missing persons reports, inquiries to hospitals and workhouses, the usual machinery of civic concern grinding along at its customary pace. Holmes rose in one fluid motion, gathering papers as he spoke. But they're looking in the wrong direction, Watson. They're looking across the city, when they should be looking down. He brought the papers to the breakfast table, which had become less a place for dining, and more an extension of his investigation, and spread them out with the care of a cartographer revealing a new continent. Watson brought the tea, and found himself looking at a different sort of map entirely. I've plotted every reported disappearance, every unusual sound, every strange occurrence reported in the London newspapers over the past 3 months that involved underground spaces or sounds from below. Holmes's finger traced patterns across the paper, connecting dots that formed an unsettling constellation. Here, a tunnel worker who refused to return to his shift, claiming he heard his dead mother calling him from behind a wall. Here, a basement flooded for no reason the engineers could determine, the water carrying a smell like old incense and older things. Here, a child falls ill after playing near a sealed cellar grating, speaking in her sleep in words her parents didn't recognize. Watson sipped his tea, studying the map. The pattern was undeniable, a rough circle, perhaps half a mile in diameter, with Baker Street sitting almost precisely at its center. It's as if something is radiating outward from a central point, or inward, Holmes said quietly, toward a central point. The reports grow more frequent, more intense, as one approaches. He tapped the map at their own address. Here, whatever is below us, Watson, it's been active for months, growing stronger, perhaps, or closer to the surface, or simply more awake. The word hung in the air between them, strange and unsettling. Awake implied sleep, and sleep implied something living, and Watson found he didn't care to follow that line of reasoning to its logical conclusion. He was a man of science and medicine, comfortable with the known workings of the human body and the rational explanations for most phenomena. This felt like something that existed in the margins of his medical texts, the spaces between certainty and supposition. "You've been researching all night," Watson observed, deflecting slightly. "What have you found?" Holmes's expression shifted, excitement mixing with something darker, a kind of reluctant fascination. "London's history is considerably older and stranger than most people care to acknowledge. Come, I'll show you." He led Watson to the bookshelf, where several volumes lay open. Histories of London, archaeological surveys, texts in languages Watson recognized but couldn't read. Holmes pulled down a particularly ancient-looking tome. Its leather binding cracked with age, and opened it to a page marked with a strip of paper. "This is a translation of a Roman text," Holmes said, "written by a surveyor during the initial construction of Londinium. He speaks of finding these structures beneath structures, older than any Celtic settlement, older than any human construction his engineers could identify. The Romans, Watson, discovered something under London, and they sealed it." Watson leaned closer, trying to make sense of the cramped Latin and its English translation penciled in the margins. Sealed what, exactly? He doesn't say, or couldn't. The text becomes evasive, speaks of places where the measurements refuse to hold, where angles lie, where men heard voices in tongues that predated speech itself. Holmes turned pages carefully, revealing more marginalia, more desperate attempts to explain the inexplicable. The surveyor recommended that certain areas be left undisturbed. Walls were built, not to support structures above, but to contain whatever lay below. And then, with Roman efficiency, they buried the records and got on with building their city. But the city kept building, Watson said slowly, understanding. Layer upon layer, just as you said last night, each generation adding to what came before, never quite knowing what lay beneath. Until someone started digging again. Holmes closed the book with a soft thump. The Metropolitan Railway works, the new sewers, the constant expansion of the underground. We've been drilling and tunneling and excavating for decades, Watson, cutting through the layers without really understanding what we're cutting through. And now, he crossed to the window, looking down at Baker Street, where morning traffic had begun its daily performance. Carts and carriages and pedestrians, all moving with the confident purpose of people who believed they understood their city, who thought the ground beneath their feet was solid and knowable and friendly. Now, Holmes continued, people are disappearing into that forgotten underworld, and the question becomes, are they being taken or are they being called? Watson joined him at the window, watching a flower seller arrange her wares across the street, her cheerful voice carrying up to them as she sang out prices for roses and violets. Normal. Everything was so beautifully, deceptively normal in the light of day. "You said the reports grow more intense closer to Baker Street," Watson said. "Do you think we're in danger?" "I think," Holmes said carefully, "that whatever is below us has been dreaming for a very long time. And dreams, Watson, can be powerful things. They can reach out. They can touch the waking world in ways we don't fully understand. The missing persons, I suspect they heard something in their dreams first, something that called to them, promised them. What? Knowledge? Power? Belonging? Something their waking lives couldn't provide. And Wickham, the clerk you mentioned yesterday? I made inquiries this morning before you woke up, spoke to his landlady. He'd been having night terrors for weeks before he disappeared, talking in his sleep in what she described as foreign gibberish, waking up with strange symbols drawn on paper beside his bed, symbols he claimed not to remember drawing. Holmes pulled a folded paper from his pocket, spreading it on the windowsill. She saved one. Send it to me this morning. Watson looked at the paper, and something in his stomach went cold. The symbol was geometric, all sharp angles and curves that seemed to fold in on themselves in ways that hurt to look at too long. It wasn't European in origin, nor Asian, nor anything he could place in any cultural context he knew. It simply was, alien and complete and somehow wrong, as if it had been designed by intelligence that understood dimensions the human eye couldn't quite process. "I've seen variations of this in the Roman text," Holmes said quietly, "and in several other sources. Medieval manuscripts, mostly. Transcriptions of older texts. Always in contexts of warning. Always associated with sealed places, forbidden excavations, things that ought not be disturbed." "Holmes," Watson said, and his voice came out rougher than he intended. "What are we dealing with here?" His friend was silent for a long moment, his hawk-like profile sharp against the grey morning light. When he spoke, his voice carried a quality Watson had never heard before. Not fear, precisely, but a kind of careful respect, the tone one might use when discussing something powerful and not entirely comprehensible. "I don't know," Holmes admitted. "Not yet. But I intend to find out. This afternoon, I've arranged a visit to the British Museum. There's a curator in the Antiquities Department who specializes in pre-Roman Britain, a rather eccentric fellow, but brilliant. If anyone can shed light on these symbols, on what the Romans found and feared, it will be him." He turned from the window, energy returning to his movements. "And tonight, Watson, I think we must do what Mr. Wickham did. We must go below and see for ourselves. Into the tunnels. Into the tunnels." Holmes's smile was sharp and humourless. "One cannot solve a mystery from a comfortable chair, no matter how well appointed one's sitting room is. If there's something beneath Baker Street that's calling to people, offering them whatever dark promises make them walk away from their lives, then we must confront it directly. Besides," he added, returning to his maps and papers with renewed purpose, "I've already secured access to the old Marylebone underground works through a contact at the Railway Commission. We're expected at 8 o'clock tonight, when the regular workers have cleared out, and we'll have the passages to ourselves." Watson felt he should protest, should point out the inherent danger in descending into unknown tunnels in search of something that had already claimed at least 4 victims. But he'd been following Sherlock Holmes into danger for years now, and had never quite managed to talk either of them out of it. Besides, there was a part of him, the part that had served in Afghanistan, that had seen things the comfortable people of London never dreamed of, that understood Holmes was right. Whatever lay beneath their feet, it wasn't going away. And mysteries, however dark, demanded answers. "I'll need to pack a medical bag," Watson said. "If we find the missing persons, they may need treatment." "Ever practical, my dear Watson?" Holmes's expression softened slightly. "Yes, bring your bag, and a revolver, I think. Just in case what we find is more mundane than ancient mysteries, smugglers or criminals using the old tunnels. One must prepare for all possibilities." The morning stretched on, and the city continued its daily rhythms outside their window, unaware and unconcerned. But in the sitting room at 221B Baker Street, 2 men prepared for a different kind of day, one that would take them down into the darkness beneath London's streets, into spaces where the past wasn't quite as buried as everyone assumed, where something old and patient had been waiting for someone to finally hear its song. And somewhere far below, in tunnels the Romans had sealed and the Victorians had forgotten, that patient thing continued its dreaming, and its whispers rose through stone and earth and time itself, calling to those who had ears to hear and souls willing to answer. The kettle whistled, sharp and ordinary, and Watson went to pour more tea while Holmes returned to his research. both men acutely aware that this might be their last comfortable morning for quite some time. The British Museum had proven both illuminating and deeply unsettling. Dr. Cornelius Webb, the curator of pre-Roman antiquities, had taken one look at the symbol Holmes presented, and gone quite pale, retreating into his office to consult texts he normally kept locked away. What he'd told them, in a voice that kept dropping to a whisper, as if afraid the marble halls might overhear, was that the symbols belonged to no known human civilization. They appeared, he said, in the margins of history, carved into cave walls beneath Celtic hill forts, scratched into Roman foundation stones, appearing in the fever dreams of medieval monks who'd been exposed to old places. They were, he suggested, with the careful diction of a man trying to sound rational while discussing the irrational, pre-human or perhaps post-human, depending on one's perspective of time. Holmes had pressed for clarity, but Webb had grown evasive, speaking instead of academic theories and mythological frameworks, carefully avoiding any statement that might commit him to believing what his own research suggested. Before they left, he'd gripped Holmes's arm with surprising strength and said only, "Some doors were sealed for excellent reasons, Mr. Holmes. The Romans were not a superstitious people. When they chose to build walls and walk away, they had cause." Now, as evening settled over London like a held breath, Watson found himself in a hired cab rattling toward Marylebone with Holmes beside him. Both men dressed in practical clothes suited for underground work: wool trousers, sturdy boots, dark jackets that wouldn't show dirt. Watson's medical bag sat at his feet, along with a knapsack containing electric torches, a recent American invention that Holmes had procured with evident satisfaction. Rope, matches, candles, chalk for marking their path, and, tucked discreetly into Watson's coat pocket, his service revolver, cleaned and loaded. "You're uncommonly quiet," Watson observed, as they passed through streets where gas lamps were just being lit, each one a small defiance against the gathering dark. Holmes had been staring out the window, watching London transform from day to night, but he turned at Watson's words. "I'm considering possibilities," he said, "weighing evidence against theory. Dr. Webb's information was troubling." He seemed frightened. "He was terrified," Holmes corrected. "A man who spent 40 years studying dead civilizations, surrounded by their artifacts and remains, approached our symbol as if it might reach off the paper and do him harm. That's not academic caution, Watson. That's primal fear dressed in scholarly language." The cab turned onto a quieter street, one where the buildings looked older, their facades marked by renovation and repair, the architectural equivalent of scar tissue. Holmes leaned forward, studying the structures with that peculiar intensity he brought to everything. "Do you notice how the buildings here seem unsettled, as if their foundations aren't quite true?" Watson looked. At first he saw nothing unusual, but then, slowly, patterns emerged. Windows that didn't quite align with their neighbours, doorways that sat at subtly wrong angles, walls that bowed inward or outward in ways that suggested the earth beneath had shifted, settled, perhaps moved in response to forces other than simple time and gravity. "The ground here is unstable," Watson said, "or what's beneath the ground is making it so." Holmes sat back as the cab slowed, pulling to a stop before a nondescript building that might once have been a warehouse. "Our destination, I believe." They paid the driver and stood for a moment in the early evening gloom, looking at the structure before them. It was 4 stories of soot-stained brick, windows boarded up, a heavy iron door marked with faded paint. Metropolitan Railway Company, authorized personnel only. The building had the look of something abandoned, not because it was no longer useful, but because it had been deliberately set aside and forgotten. Holmes produced a key. His contact at the Railway Commission had been thorough, and unlocked the door. It opened with a groan that seemed to echo down into depths neither man could see, and they stepped inside to a space that smelled of damp and rust and something else, something Watson couldn't quite name. Old incense, perhaps, or the residue of smoke that had burned with materials never meant for fire. The interior was a single large room, empty except for a mechanical lift in the far corner, a cage of iron and cable that would carry them down into the underground works. Holmes lit one of the electric torches, its bright beam cutting through the darkness to reveal walls covered in water stains and patches of something that might have been mold, or might have been something else entirely, patterns that seemed almost deliberate in their formation. The lift descends approximately 80 feet, Holmes said, his voice taking on that matter-of-fact tone he used when discussing potentially lethal situations. From there, we'll have access to the old excavation tunnels. The work was abandoned 15 years ago when the crews encountered unstable conditions, which, I've learned, is engineering language for something we don't understand and would prefer not to investigate further. They entered the lift cage, and Holmes closed the gate with a clang that resonated in Watson's chest. The descent mechanism was manual, a large lever that, when pulled, would release the brake and allow gravity to draw them down into the earth. Holmes grasped it, paused, and looked at Watson with an expression that held both apology and determination. "Last chance to wait above," he said quietly. "I wouldn't think less of you." Watson adjusted his medical bag and checked that his torch was secure in his belt. "Lead on, Holmes. We've come this far." Holmes pulled the lever. The descent was smooth at first, the cage dropping through darkness while the walls of the shaft slid past, visible in brief glimpses wherever their torch beams touched, brick and stone, and, occasionally, older materials, blocks of worked granite that predated Victorian engineering by centuries. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying that underground smell that spoke of earth and water and time. Then, about halfway down, something changed. It wasn't dramatic. No sudden stop, no mechanical failure, just a subtle shift in the quality of the darkness around them. The air pressure seemed to increase, pressing against Watson's eardrums, and for a moment he thought he heard something beneath the rattle and creak of the descending lift. Not quite music, not quite speech. A vibration, perhaps, something felt more than heard, resonating at a frequency that made his teeth ache and his stomach twist. Holmes had gone very still, his head tilted in that listening posture Watson knew well. "You hear it?" he said softly. "I feel it," Watson replied, and realized his hand had moved instinctively to his coat pocket, seeking the comfort of the revolver's weight. The lift reached bottom with a gentle bump that seemed almost anticlimactic. Holmes opened the gate, and they stepped out into a tunnel that stretched away in both directions, disappearing into darkness that their electric torches could only partially dispel. The walls here were Victorian engineering, good brick arches, proper drainage channels, the solid work of men who'd built an empire on the assumption that stone and mortar could contain anything. But someone had abandoned this tunnel, left the work half-finished, and now the carefully laid brick was cracked and weeping, stained with mineral deposits that formed patterns Watson's eye couldn't quite follow. "The main excavation runs north," Holmes said, consulting a map he'd produced from his pocket. According to the records, the crews tunneled approximately 200 yards before encountering what they termed anomalous geological formations, and recommending the work be suspended. The official report suggests they hit an underground spring, or perhaps a pocket of unstable clay. The unofficial report. He glanced up, and in the harsh electric light, his face looked carved from marble. The unofficial report, which I obtained from a foreman who left the company shortly after and has since refused all employment underground, mentions old stones and wrong sounds, and men having nightmares while working their shifts. They began walking north, their footsteps echoing strangely in the confined space. Watson found himself hyper-aware of sounds. The drip of water from a crack in the ceiling, the scuttle of what he hoped was a rat in the darkness ahead, and underneath it all, that low vibration that seemed to come from the walls themselves, or perhaps from somewhere deeper still, something that made the entire tunnel feel less like a static space, and more like the throat of some vast creature drawing slow, patient breaths. The tunnel began to change as they progressed. The Victorian brickwork grew less regular, more hurried, as if the workers had been rushing toward the end of their shift, or perhaps rushing to be done with this place entirely. Support beams appeared, hastily erected, some cracked and leaning. Tools lay abandoned. A rusted pickaxe, a wheelbarrow on its side, a lunch pail that had spilled its contents decades ago, and now sat as a small monument to ordinary life interrupted by something less ordinary. "Holmes," Watson said, stopping, "look at this." He directed his torch beam at the wall, where someone had scratched words into the brick with what must have been a nail or piece of metal. "God save us, the singing won't stop." Holmes examined the inscription, running his fingers over the rough letters. "Recently," he murmured, "within the past few months, judging by the rust patterns on the exposed brick, someone came down here, heard what we're hearing, and felt compelled to leave a warning. Or a prayer," Watson added. They continued on, and the tunnel opened into a larger space, the end of the excavation, where Victorian ambition had met something that made it reconsider. The chamber was perhaps 40 feet across, the ceiling lost in shadows above, and the far wall wasn't brick at all. It was stone, massive blocks of worked granite, fitted together with such precision that Watson couldn't have slid a knife blade between them. The blocks were covered in carvings, the same geometric symbols they'd seen on Wickham's paper. But here they were everywhere, overlapping and interweaving in patterns that seemed to shift and writhe when Watson's torch beam moved across them. And in the centre of that ancient wall, someone had broken through. The hole was perhaps 4 feet wide, jagged and dark, and it breathed. Not metaphorically. Watson could feel actual air movement, cool and damp, and carrying a smell like nothing he'd encountered before. Like stone that had never seen sun and water that had been trapped in darkness since before humanity learned to walk upright. Like time itself, if time had a scent. Around the hole, scattered on the ground, were personal effects. A woman's shawl, a man's pocket watch, a child's wooden toy, a small horse with one wheel missing. The belongings of the disappeared dropped or left behind as they crawled through that opening into whatever lay beyond. Holmes knelt beside the hole, directing his torch beam into the darkness. The light revealed more tunnels, but not Victorian construction. This was natural stone, a cave passage worn smooth by water or perhaps by hands, widening as it descended at a sharp angle into the earth. The Romans sealed this, Holmes said quietly, built their wall, marked it with warnings, and walked away. The Victorians broke through, saw what lay beyond, and had the wisdom to at least stop digging, even if they didn't have the courage to properly seal it again. And now the vibration increased, suddenly and dramatically. No longer something felt in the bones, but something heard, a low thrumming that rose and fell in patterns that suggested language, communication, though in no tongue Watson had ever encountered. It came from the hole, from the passage beyond, and with it came something else, a sense of attention, of vast intelligence focusing on them like the beam of an enormous lighthouse, swinging around to pin them in its glare. Holmes had frozen, his torch beam steady, but his hand trembling slightly. Watson moved beside him, peering into the darkness, and for just a moment thought he saw something far below. A gleam, perhaps, or a suggestion of movement. Something that reflected their torchlight back with a quality that was neither mineral nor animal nor anything his mind could properly categorize. "Holmes," Watson said carefully, "I think we should—" The singing started. Not music as any human throat could produce, but something that used sound the way humans use tools, deliberately, with purpose and terrible precision. It rose from the depths beyond the hole, echoing up through the passage, filling the chamber with harmonics that shouldn't exist, with notes that fell between the notes Watson's ear expected to hear. And beneath it, woven through it like a thread of darker darkness through shadow, was something that might have been words. Holmes went absolutely rigid beside him, and when Watson glanced at his friend's face, he saw an expression he'd never seen before. Not fear, though there was fear there, but something more disturbing. Recognition. "It's calling," Holmes whispered, and his voice sounded strange, distant, as if part of him had already started walking toward that hole in the ancient wall. "Watson, it knows—" Watson gripped Holmes's arm, hard, anchoring him. "We're leaving. Now—" But Holmes wasn't moving. He'd tilted his head, listening to that impossible singing, and his lips had begun to move soundlessly, as if some part of his mind was responding to the call, learning the language of the thing below, even as his conscious self fought against it. "Holmes," Watson shook him. "Sherlock." His friend blinked, awareness returning in stages, and when he looked at Watson, his eyes held something terrible. The knowledge of someone who'd seen past the comfortable walls of reality and glimpsed what lay beyond them. Without a word, moving like a man in a dream or a nightmare, Holmes turned and began walking back toward the lift. Watson followed, casting one last glance at the hole in the ancient wall. The singing continued, rising and falling, and in its rhythms he thought he could almost discern meaning, almost understand what it promised to those who listened long enough to learn its language. He quickened his pace, catching up to Holmes, and together they retreated through the tunnel, back toward the lift and the world above, leaving behind the darkness and the singing and the question of what exactly waited in the depths below Baker Street, patient and dreaming, and now, perhaps, beginning to wake. They didn't speak during the ascent. Holmes worked the lift mechanism with mechanical precision, his face set in lines Watson had seen before, usually after cases that had ended badly, where the truth discovered proved worse than the mystery unsolved. The singing followed them up the shaft, growing fainter but never quite disappearing, as if it had woven itself into the very stone and mortar of London's underground, a frequency that would always be there now that they'd learned to hear it. The street above was a shock of normalcy, gas lamps burning cheerfully, a couple strolling past arm in arm, a boy selling evening papers on the corner shouting headlines about Parliament and trade negotiations, the ordinary world blissfully unaware of what sang beneath its feet. Watson locked the heavy door behind them, and they stood for a moment in the autumn evening, breathing air that tasted of coal smoke and roasting chestnuts and blessed, mundane humanity. "A cab," Holmes said finally, his voice hoarse as if he'd been shouting, though he'd barely spoken in the tunnels. "We need to return to Baker Street. I must consult my references immediately." "Holmes, what happened down there? What did you hear?" His friend's jaw tightened. "Later, Watson. First, I need to understand what we're dealing with, what that thing is, what it wants." He raised a hand to hail a passing hansom, and Watson noticed his fingers were trembling. "And why did it know my name?" The journey back to Baker Street felt interminable, though it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. Holmes sat rigid in his seat, staring at nothing, occasionally his lips moving as if repeating something, or perhaps trying to forget something he'd heard. Watson kept his own counsel, his mind replaying what they'd witnessed, the ancient wall, the symbols, the whole breathing darkness, and that singing that wasn't quite singing, that language that wasn't quite language. Mrs. Hudson met them at the door, took one look at their faces, and without a word brought up tea and sandwiches that neither man touched. Holmes went straight to his bookshelf, pulling down volume after volume, texts Watson had never seen him consult before. Old leather-bound books with titles in Latin and Greek and languages Watson didn't recognize. He spread them across the floor again, but this time there was desperation in his movements, a hunter's urgency. "Talk to me, Holmes," Watson said quietly, settling into his chair with his own untouched teacup. "What did you hear down there that I didn't?" Holmes didn't look up from the book he was scanning, his finger tracing lines of text with shaking precision. "It spoke," he said. "Not in English, not in any language I've studied, but I understood it, nonetheless. Or rather, some part of me understood it. Some older part, perhaps, a part that predates language as we know it." He slammed the book shut and reached for another. "It called me by a name, Watson. Not Holmes, not Sherlock. A name I've never heard before, and yet somehow recognized, as if it were carved into something deeper than memory. That's impossible. Yes." Holmes laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. "Yes, it should be. And yet." He found something in the new book, his eyes widening slightly. "Here, listen to this. It's from a manuscript discovered in the foundations of a monastery in Northumberland. 14th century, but the monk who wrote it claimed to be transcribing something far older, something he'd found in the crypt." Holmes read aloud, his voice taking on a formal, archaic cadence. "There are places beneath the earth where the old things sleep, and in their sleeping they dream. And their dreams touch the minds of men. They know the true names of things, the names that existed before God spoke creation into being. The names that will remain when all of this has passed into dust and memory. Watson felt something cold settle in his stomach. You're saying that what we heard down there is something old beyond reckoning, something that was here before London, before Rome, before humanity crawled out of caves and decided to build civilizations. Something that sleeps but doesn't sleep, that dreams but doesn't dream in any way we'd understand. Holmes set the book aside and finally looked at Watson, and his eyes held a kind of terrible clarity. The Romans found it, Watson. They recognized what it was, or at least recognized that it was dangerous beyond their capacity to fight or comprehend. So they did the only sensible thing. They built a wall with every ward and protection their engineers and priests could devise, and they walked away. But people broke through that wall. We broke through that wall, Holmes corrected. Victorian progress, tunneling and excavating and assuming that stone is just stone, that darkness is just the absence of light. We broke through, heard the singing, and had enough sense to stop digging. But we didn't seal it properly. We just left it, boarded up the entrance, filed some paperwork, and moved on to the next project. He rose, pacing now, his agitation returning. And now people are disappearing into it, following the song down into the dark. The question is why? What does it want with them? Watson considered this, his practical mind trying to find solid ground in increasingly uncertain territory. Could they simply be curious? Like Wickham, hearing something unusual and investigating? No. Holmes was certain. This isn't curiosity. Dr. Webb mentioned that the symbols appear in fever dreams, in the nightmares of men who've been exposed to old places. The singing isn't just sound, Watson. It's a call, a summons. It finds people who are susceptible, perhaps, who has some capacity to hear it, to understand it. And it calls them down into the dark. To what end? Holmes stopped pacing, his back to Watson, shoulders tense. I don't know. Worship. Sacrifice. Perhaps it simply wants company in its dreaming. Or perhaps... He turned, and his expression was grim. Perhaps it's trying to wake up, and it needs human minds to help it. Consciousness to fuel its emergence from whatever state it's been in for the past several thousand years. The clock on the mantel chimed midnight, 12 measured strikes that seemed to emphasize how late the hour had grown, how deep into the night they descended in pursuit of this mystery. Watson rubbed his eyes, feeling the weight of exhaustion and something heavier, the burden of knowledge they couldn't unknow, questions they couldn't unask. What do we do? He said finally. Holmes was silent for a long moment, his sharp profile caught in the lamplight, and when he spoke, his voice carried a resolution that Watson recognized as both admirable and deeply concerning. We go back. Holmes. We have no choice, Watson. Whatever is down there is active. It's calling people. 4 disappearances we know of, possibly more we don't. And it's centered here, beneath Baker Street, beneath our very feet. If we don't investigate, if we don't understand what we're dealing with, how can we hope to stop it? Or contain it? Or at the very least, warn people properly? You said it yourself. The Romans couldn't fight it. They could only wall it up and hope. The Romans didn't have electric torches and modern maps and 2 centuries of scientific advancement. Holmes's smile was thin. And they didn't have you, my dear Watson, with your service revolver and unshakable loyalty. We will go back tomorrow. In daylight, it reaches that deep. We are properly prepared this time. More rope, proper climbing equipment, and perhaps—" He trailed off, looking at his bookshelf with a calculating expression. Perhaps what? Perhaps some of the protections the Romans used. The wards. I've been reading about them, the symbols they carved to contain and repel. Superstitious nonsense, most likely. But then again, this entire situation falls rather outside the boundaries of what I would have called possible a week ago. When dealing with the impossible, Watson, one must consider solutions that would normally seem equally impossible. Watson wanted to argue, wanted to point out the manifest dangers of descending again into those tunnels, of approaching something that could reach into human minds and call them by names they'd never heard. But he'd been Holmes's companion through too many dangers to start refusing now, and there was something in his friend's argument that resonated. If this thing was active, if it was calling people, then someone had to investigate. Someone had to try to understand. "I'll need to purchase more ammunition," Watson said quietly, and Holmes's expression softened with something that might have been gratitude, or might have been regret. "Tomorrow, then. We'll spend the morning preparing properly, and tomorrow night." He glanced at the floor, as if he could see through the wood and plaster and stone to the tunnels far below. "Tomorrow night we will find out what the Romans feared." Sleep, when it finally came to Watson, was troubled by dreams of singing in the dark and walls covered in symbols that seemed to spell his name in languages he'd never learned. He woke twice, certain he'd heard that low vibration through the walls of 221B, but each time it was only the house settling, or a cart passing on the street below, or the wind rattling the windows. Normal sounds, innocent sounds. But now every sound seemed to carry the possibility of something else, some echo of what sang beneath the city. Morning came grey and reluctant, London wrapped in its customary fog like a blanket pulled over its head. Holmes was already awake. Watson suspected he hadn't slept at all, surrounded by papers and books and what appeared to be several pages of notes covered in his precise handwriting. On the table lay climbing rope, an extra electric torch, chalk for marking passages, a camera with flash powder, and several pieces of paper on which Holmes had carefully copied the Roman ward symbols they'd read about. "Coffee?" Holmes said without preamble, pointing to a pot on the stove. "Mrs. Hudson brought it up an hour ago. It's probably still drinkable. I've been making preparations." Watson poured himself a cup. It was barely warm, but strong enough to wake the dead, which felt grimly appropriate, and studied Holmes's notes. They were a mixture of practical observations about tunnel navigation and more esoteric notations about symbols and their supposed protective properties. In Holmes's handwriting, rendered with his usual precision, ancient protective wards looked almost scientific, as if they were chemical formulas rather than mystical defenses against incomprehensible entities. "You really think these symbols will help?" Watson asked, gesturing at the copied wards. "I think," Holmes said carefully, "that the Romans were practical people. They didn't waste time on things that didn't work. If they carved these protections into their wall, and that wall held for nearly 2,000 years, then perhaps there's something to them. Or perhaps not. But I'd rather have them, and not need them, than need them, and not have them." It was as close to admitting uncertainty as Holmes usually came, and Watson appreciated the honesty. They spent the morning in quiet preparation, checking equipment, reviewing maps of the underground works that Holmes had obtained through his various mysterious contacts. Around noon, Mrs. Hudson brought up lunch and regarded them both with the long, suffering expression of a woman who'd seen too much strangeness from her lodgers to be truly surprised by anything any more. "You're going back down there, aren't you?" she said. Not really a question. "Whatever you found yesterday." Holmes looked up from his maps. "How did you brought back the smell, Mr. Holmes, both of you, like old cellars and older things. I've lived in London my whole life, and I know that smell. It's the smell of places that ought to stay buried." She set down the tray with more force than necessary. "My grandmother used to speak of the old places beneath the city. Said there were reasons certain streets had no cellars, certain areas where building foundations never went deep. Said our ancestors knew to leave some places alone." "Your grandmother was a wise woman," Watson said gently. Mrs. Hudson snorted. "Wise enough to stay above ground, which is more than I can say for you two. Well, I won't stop you, but you come back, you hear me? I've grown accustomed to having lodgers, strange as they are, and I'd prefer not to be looking for new ones." After she left, Holmes and Watson sat in silence for a moment, the concern of their landlady hanging in the air like a benediction, or perhaps a farewell. 8 o'clock tonight, Holmes said finally. "We return to the tunnels. We go through that hole in the Roman wall. We find out what lies beyond, what's been calling to people, what knows my name." He looked at Watson, and his expression held both determination and something that might have been an apology. "And then, my dear Watson, we either find a way to stop it, or we discover that some mysteries are beyond even our capacity to solve." Watson nodded, checking his revolver one more time, the weight of it familiar and comforting in his hand. "Then we'd better make sure we solve it," he said. "I'd hate to disappoint Mrs. Hudson." Holmes's laugh was brief but genuine, a moment of warmth in the growing cold of their situation. Outside, London continued its daily business, millions of people going about their lives unaware of what slept beneath their feet, what dreamed in the darkness, what sang in languages older than humanity and waited, patient as stone, for those who would hear its call and answer. Tonight, 2 men would descend into that darkness by choice rather than compulsion, carrying electric torches and ancient wards, armed with reason and revolvers and the desperate hope that understanding might be enough to face what the Romans had feared to fight. The afternoon passed slowly, measured in preparations and quiet contemplation, until finally the autumn evening began its descent, and it was time once again to go below. The second descent felt different from the first, perhaps because they knew what awaited them, or perhaps because the thing below knew they were coming. The lift cage rattled down through darkness that seemed thicker somehow, more substantial, as if the air itself had taken on weight and resistance. Holmes stood rigid, one hand gripping the cage bars, the other clutching the electric torch with white-knuckled intensity. Watson kept his own torch beam trained downward, watching the shaft walls slide past. Victorian. Brick giving way to older stone, older still, until they were descending through geology that predated London by epochs. The singing started before they reached the bottom. Not loud, not yet, but present, that low, thrumming vibration that seemed to bypass the ears entirely and resonate directly in the bones, in the soft tissue behind the eyes, in the parts of the brain that governed instinct and ancient fears. Watson felt his hand move unconsciously to his coat pocket, confirming the revolver's presence, knowing even as he did so that bullets would be useless against whatever produced that sound. "Steady," Holmes murmured, though whether to Watson or to himself wasn't clear. "We knew it would be worse this time. We're prepared." They weren't prepared. Watson understood that with sudden, crystalline certainty, as the lift touched bottom and they stepped out into the tunnel. No amount of preparation could prepare a mind for this, for the weight of attention they felt pressing down from above and rising up from below, for the sense that the tunnel itself had become aware of their presence and was considering them with vast, patient curiosity. The journey to the excavation chamber seemed both longer and shorter than before. Time felt negotiable here, as if the normal rules of progression and sequence had decided to take the evening off. Watson found himself focusing on immediate details: the sound of their boots on stone, the play of their torch beams across cracked brick, the way his own breathing had gone shallow and quick despite his attempts to control it. Beside him, Holmes moved with the mechanical precision of a man forcing his body to obey, while his mind wandered in more dangerous territories. They reached the chamber with the broken Roman wall, and Watson's breath caught. In less than 24 hours, something had changed. The hole was larger, not dramatically so, but perceptibly, as if the edges had been worn away by passage, or perhaps by something pushing through from the other side. The personal effects they'd seen scattered on the ground had been arranged, deliberately and carefully, into a pattern around the opening. A woman's shawl folded just so, a pocket watch placed at a precise angle, the child's toy horse positioned as if in mid-gallop toward the darkness beyond. "It's expecting us," Watson said, and his voice came out as barely more than a whisper. Holmes knelt beside the arranged objects, not touching them, but studying their placement with that intensity he brought to crime scenes. "Or it's inviting us, showing us that it understands human things, human sentiment. Look at how carefully everything is placed, not random, not the work of rats or settling. This is intentional. A message, perhaps, or—" He trailed off, his hand hovering over the pocket watch. "Or an offering." The singing grew louder, and now Watson could discern layers within it. Not multiple voices, exactly, but multiple harmonics, as if a single source was producing sounds at frequencies that shouldn't coexist. It rose from the whole in waves, each one carrying that sense of language just beyond comprehension, meaning hovering at the edge of understanding like a word on the tip of the tongue. Holmes straightened, pulling from his pack the papers on which he'd copied the Roman protective wards. He'd drawn them in chalk on heavy paper, and now he placed them carefully around the hole's perimeter, muttering under his breath. Not quite prayer, not quite incantation, but something that fell between the two. Watson watched, feeling simultaneously foolish and desperately hopeful that these symbols, these lines and curves that ancient engineers had carved into stone, might offer some protection against what lay below. "Right," Holmes said, securing the last ward and checking his torch, his rope, his chalk for marking their path. "We're going through. Stay close, Watson. If anything happens, if I start behaving strangely, if you see anything that your mind rebels against accepting, you pull me back. Pull us both back. Do you understand?" I understand. Watson drew his revolver, checked the chamber one more time. But Holmes, if we find the missing persons down there, then we bring them back if we can, and if we can't, Holmes's jaw tightened, then we at least discover what happened to them. Why were they called? What it wanted them for? Knowledge, Watson, that's our weapon here. The Romans sealed this place out of ignorance and fear. Perhaps understanding will give us a better solution. Or perhaps, Watson thought but didn't say, the Romans sealed it out of wisdom we've forgotten. Holmes dropped to his knees and crawled through the hole first, his torch beam swinging wildly before stabilizing on the other side. Watson followed, the edges of broken stone catching at his coat, and emerged into a passage that made his skin crawl with wrongness before his conscious mind could even articulate why. The tunnel beyond the Roman wall was wrong in ways that defied easy description. The stone was smooth, worn by water or by hands, but the smoothness itself seemed irregular. Here, almost glassy. There, rough as pumice. The transitions between textures arbitrary and unsettling. The walls curved in ways that suggested natural cave formation, but the curves were too regular, too deliberate, following patterns that geometry whispered were possible, but aesthetics insisted were not. And everywhere, carved into the stone with precision that must have taken centuries, or perhaps minutes, depending on what had done the carving, were the symbols. Not the Roman wards. These were the other symbols, the ones that predated human civilization, the ones Dr. Webb had blanched at seeing. They covered every surface in overlapping layers, some carved deep, some barely scratched into the stone, varying in size from large enough to encompass Watson's entire hand to small enough that he needed to lean close to make them out. They seemed to shift slightly when viewed peripherally, the angles and curves reorganizing themselves into new configurations that his eye refused to accept as possible. "Don't look at them too long," Holmes said quietly, his own gaze carefully focused on the passage ahead rather than the walls. "I made that mistake last night, trying to memorize them. They get into your head, start showing up in your thoughts when you're not paying attention." The passage descended at a steep angle, and they moved carefully, testing each foothold, Holmes marking their path with chalk X's on the walls at regular intervals. The singing grew stronger with each step downward, and Watson began to distinguish something within it. Not words exactly, but intention. The way a mother's humming to a child carries love without needing lyrics, or the way a predator's growl communicates threat without vocabulary. This singing carried hunger, perhaps, or curiosity, or something for which human emotion had no adequate label. The passage opened abruptly into a cavern so vast their torch beams couldn't find the far walls or ceiling. The space swallowed light, absorbed it, made their electric torches seem as feeble as candles in a cathedral. But what they could see was enough to freeze both men in their tracks. The cavern was not natural. Or rather, it had been natural once, some ancient bubble in the limestone, some vast hollow carved by water and time. But something had modified it. The walls had been worked, carved with more of those impossible symbols, but on a scale that suggested not human hands, but something larger, or perhaps smaller, but working with inhuman patience across spans of time that made human history seem like a brief afternoon. The floor had been levelled and paved with stones that fit together with the precision of Roman engineering, but were clearly far, far older. and throughout the space, at irregular intervals, stood structures, pillars, perhaps, or monuments, or something for which English had no word, carved from single pieces of stone in shapes that seemed to suggest architecture, from a geometry where parallel lines could meet and right angles could be more or less than 90 degrees. "Dear God," Watson breathed, and his voice echoed strangely, returning from the darkness with harmonics it hadn't possessed when it left his throat. Holmes was moving forward, slowly, his torch beam playing across the nearest structure. It was perhaps 12 feet tall, roughly cylindrical, but with surfaces that curved and faceted in ways that made Watson's eyes water trying to follow them. The symbols here were enormous, carved deep into the stone, and they seemed to glow faintly with something that wasn't quite light, more like the opposite of shadow, a presence rather than an absence. "This is older than Rome," Holmes said, his voice carrying that tone of academic wonder that Watson had heard before in museums and libraries, but now tinged with something darker. "Older than Greece, older than Babylon or Egypt or any civilization we have names for. Watson, I think we're standing in something that predates human architecture. Maybe it predates humanity." The singing intensified, no longer coming from one direction, but from everywhere and nowhere, rising from the stone beneath their feet and descending from the invisible ceiling above. And within it, woven through it like a thread of darker night through shadow, was that voice, the one Holmes had heard, the one that knew names. Holmes had gone rigid, his torch beam fixed on empty air, and Watson saw his lips moving soundlessly, not speaking, not praying, but responding, carrying on one half of a conversation only he could hear. "Holmes?" Watson gripped his friend's shoulder. "Sherlock, stay with me." But Holmes's eyes had gone distant, focused on something Watson couldn't see, and when he spoke, his voice was his own. But the cadence wasn't, the rhythm belonging to the singing rather than to normal speech. It says it's been waiting so long, sealed in the dark while the world turned above. It felt the Romans come and seal it away, felt the Saxons and Normans built their cities above, felt the Victorians dig and tunnel, and finally break through. It says... Holmes's hand rose, pointing deeper into the cavern, toward something Watson's torch beam couldn't quite reach. It says the others are waiting, the ones who heard and answered, the ones who came to help it wake. Help it wake from what? Holmes turned to look at Watson, and his eyes held that terrible clarity again, that knowledge of something glimpse that couldn't be unseen. "From dreaming the world wrong," he said, and his voice was barely recognizable. "It's been asleep for so long that it forgot the difference between sleeping and waking, between dreaming and being. And its dreams leak out, Watson, into the minds of those who can hear, those who are sensitive. It dreams, and reality bends slightly to accommodate its dreaming. And if it fully wakes..." He trailed off, shaking his head as if trying to clear water from his ears. "We need to see where it's pointing, where the others went." Watson wanted to refuse, wanted to grab Holmes and drag him back through that hole to the Victorian tunnels and the world above, where light and reason still held some measure of authority. But he couldn't. Not when they'd come this far. Not when people were still disappearing. Not when the only way out was through understanding. "Stay close to me," Watson said, drawing his revolver, even though he knew it was useless. "And if I say we run, we run. Agreed?" Holmes nodded, some of his normal awareness returning. Agreed. They moved deeper into the cavern, following the direction Holmes had pointed, their torch beams cutting tunnels of light through darkness that seemed to resist illumination. More of the carved pillars rose around them, forming something that might have been a path or might have been the remains of some vast structure, now mostly collapsed. The singing grew louder, more complex, and Watson realized with creeping horror that he was beginning to understand parts of it, not words, but emotions, concepts, ideas that had never been meant for human minds to contain. The path led them to the center of the cavern, and there they found the pit. It was perhaps 50 feet across, perfectly circular, its edges carved with a precision that made Watson think of the great telescopes being built to study the stars. As if whoever or whatever had made this had needed that exact diameter for some purpose relating to measurements and angles and calculations beyond human mathematics. The edges were lined with chains, not iron, which would have rusted to dust long ago, but something else, some metal that gleamed dully in their torchlight and was carved with yet more symbols, more wards, more desperate attempts to contain whatever lay below. The chains descended into the pit, disappearing into darkness so absolute that their torch beams simply stopped a few feet down, as if the light itself had decided it didn't want to go any further. Holmes approached the edge, drawn as if magnetized, and Watson followed, keeping one hand on his friend's arm as an anchor. They leaned over carefully, shining their lights down, and for a moment saw nothing but that impenetrable darkness. Then something moved. Not quickly. Speed would have been almost reassuring, human in its urgency. This was slow, deliberate, the movement of something vast readjusting its position after a long period of stillness. The darkness seemed to shift, to reorganize itself, and Watson's mind insisted he was seeing things that couldn't exist, shapes that folded through dimensions. His eyes weren't equipped to perceive, surfaces that reflected light from angles that shouldn't be possible. And somewhere in that writhing impossibility, something that might have been an eye, or might have been an opening, or might have been something for which human language had no category. And it was looking at them. Watson felt the weight of that attention like a physical force, pressing down on his shoulders, seeping into his thoughts. It was ancient and patient and hungry, not for food, not for anything so simple as physical sustenance, but for consciousness, for minds, for the experience of being awake and aware after so long in the dreaming dark. It had been sealed here by people who understood that some things should not be free, should not interact with the waking world, and should not be given the opportunity to impose their alien geometries and incomprehensible purposes on a reality that was already too fragile. And people had been coming to it, the missing persons. They were here, somewhere in this darkness. Watson could feel it. Not dead, not exactly, but transformed, changed, made into something that could exist in the presence of this thing that should not exist. "Holmes," Watson said, his voice shaking. "We need to leave. Now." But Holmes was transfixed, staring down into the pit, and when he spoke, his voice was dreamy, distant. "It knows me, Watson, knows my true name, the one I've never heard before. It says I'm descended from those who imprisoned it, that my bloodline carries the memory of the sealing, the knowledge of how it was done. It wants—" He swayed slightly, and Watson tightened his grip. "It wants me to help it wake fully, to break the last of the chains. It promises knowledge, Watson, understanding of things humanity has forgotten or never knew, the secrets of angles and time and the spaces between spaces. All I have to do is know. Watson pulled hard, dragging Holmes back from the pit's edge. Whatever it's offering, the answer is no. The singing rose to a crescendo, angry now, frustrated, and the darkness in the pit seemed to surge upward like a wave. The carved pillars around them began to vibrate, dust and small stones falling from the invisible ceiling above. The chains rattled, and Watson heard with horror the sound of metal under strain, links groaning as something below tested their strength. And then, from somewhere in the shadows beyond their torchlight, he heard voices. Human voices, chanting in the same impossible language that the pit thing used, dozens of them, speaking in rough unison the words that should not be words. "The missing persons," Holmes said, clarity returning with a snap as danger crystallized around them. "They're here. They're trying to help it break free." Watson pulled his friend away from the pit, back toward the path they'd followed into the cavern. "Then we stop them, or we get help, or we—" The cavern shuddered, a tremor that felt less like earthquake and more like something enormous shifting position. Rocks fell around them, and one of the carved pillars cracked with a sound like thunder, its ancient stone finally yielding to forces it had resisted for millennia. "Run!" Holmes said, his voice sharp with command. "Watson, run!" They ran, stumbling over uneven stone, dodging falling debris, their torch beams swinging wildly as they retraced their path toward the tunnel entrance. Behind them, the singing reached a fever pitch, and within it, Watson could hear the human voices still chanting, still calling, still working to wake something that had been mercifully asleep since before humanity learned to speak. They reached the hole in the Roman wall, crawling through with desperate speed, emerging into the Victorian tunnel that felt impossibly safe and modern and real compared to what they'd left behind. Holmes grabbed the wards he'd placed around the opening and began repositioning them, his hands shaking, but his face set with determination. "It's not time yet," he panted, drawing additional symbols between the papers he'd placed. "The stars aren't right. The angles aren't aligned. Something is keeping it from waking fully. But it's close, Watson. So terribly close. And those people down there, the missing ones, they're helping it. Preparing the way. They've been called, and they've answered, and now they serve." Watson looked at the hole, at the darkness beyond, at the ancient stone that had been breached by Victorian progress and modern ignorance. "We need to seal it," he said, "properly this time. Not just warnings and guards, but something that will hold for another 2,000 years if necessary." Holmes nodded, still drawing symbols with chalk that would probably do nothing, but at least made him feel like they were fighting back. Dynamite, perhaps. Collapse the tunnel. Bring down enough stone that no one could dig through in a lifetime. But carefully. We don't want to risk damaging London's infrastructure above. Don't want to create sinkholes or floods or... Another tremor, stronger this time, and they both felt it through the soles of their boots. The thing below, stretching, testing, pushing against the chains and wards and ancient constraints that held it. Waking, slowly but inexorably, from dreams that had lasted epochs. They retreated to the lift, riding it up in tense silence, and emerged into the London night like swimmers breaking the surface after diving too deep. The city was still there, still functioning, still blissfully unaware that beneath its streets Something ancient was stirring in darkness that predated light. But now 2 men knew, and knowledge, as Holmes had said, was a weapon. The question was whether it would be enough. The cab ride back to Baker Street was a blur of gaslight and fog, the ordinary city flowing past like a dream after the nightmare they'd descended into. Watson kept his hand pressed against his coat pocket, feeling the revolver's solid weight, anchoring himself in the physical world. Beside him, Holmes sat rigid and silent, his face turned toward the window, but his eyes seeing something far beyond London's familiar streets. His lips moved occasionally, soundlessly, as if he was still hearing that voice from the pit, still trying to translate or perhaps forget the syllables it had spoken in his mind. They stumbled into 221B past midnight, startling Mrs. Hudson, who'd apparently waited up despite the late hour. Her face creased with worry that shifted to relief, and then back to worry when she saw their expressions. She took one look at them and disappeared into the kitchen, returning minutes later with brandy and hot tea, setting both on the table without a word before retreating to her own quarters. Some things, her silence suggested, were better not discussed. Holmes drank the brandy in one swallow and immediately poured another, his hands still trembling. Watson had never seen his friend so shaken, not after the most dangerous criminal confrontations, not after being shot at or poisoned, or any of the dozen other close brushes with death that their partnership had survived. This was different. This was a man who'd looked past the comfortable walls of reality and seen what lay in the spaces between. "We need to contact the authorities," Watson said, trying to ground them both in practical concerns. "Scotland Yard, the Railway Commission, perhaps even the Home Office. That tunnel must be collapsed, sealed permanently." And tell them what? Holmes's laugh was bitter. That there's something sleeping beneath Baker Street that predates human civilization? That people are disappearing into an ancient cavern to serve a thing that speaks in geometries? That Victorian progress has unleashed something the Romans were wise enough to imprison? He set down his glass with enough force that Watson worried it might crack. "They'll think us mad, Watson, or drunk, or both. Then we show them the tunnel, take them down there, let them see..." "See what?" "Strange carvings, an old cave, the missing persons, if they're even still human enough to be recognized as such." Holmes rose, pacing with that restless energy that meant his mind was racing faster than his body could express. "And what happens if those bureaucrats and engineers go down there, with their electric lights and their confident rationality, and they hear the singing? What if they're susceptible, Watson? What if we take them straight to the thing that's been calling people, and instead of solving the problem, we simply deliver more minds for it to corrupt?" Watson hadn't considered that, and the thought chilled him. He'd assumed that authority meant safety, that enough official presence with proper resources could contain any threat. But this wasn't a threat that responded to numbers or firepower. This was something that worked through consciousness itself, through dreams and songs and the terrible weight of its ancient attention. "Then what do we do?" Watson asked. "We can't simply leave it there. Every day it grows stronger. Every night more people might hear its call." "I know." Holmes stopped pacing, pressing his palms against the desk as if he needed its solid surface to keep from falling. "I know, Watson. I'm thinking. Give me a moment to think." The clock ticked into the silence between them. Outside, London continued its nighttime rhythms, distant hoofbeats, a drunk singing on a corner, the whistle of a constable on his rounds. Normal sounds from a normal city that had no idea what dreamed beneath it. Watson found himself listening underneath those sounds, straining for any hint of that deep vibration, that singing that had followed them up from the depths. Nothing. Just the ordinary noises of an autumn night. But now he would always listen for it, he realized. Always wonder if that low rumble was traffic or something else. Always question whether the sounds he heard were entirely of this world. Holmes straightened suddenly, that spark returning to his eyes that meant he'd seized on something, some thread of logic or plan. The Home Office won't believe us, but there are others who might. People who study these things, who've dedicated their lives to understanding the old places, the sealed chambers, the things that ought not be disturbed. Dr. Webb at the museum? Webb is terrified of his own research. No, I'm thinking of someone else. Professor Marcus Ashwood, formerly of Oxford, now retired to a cottage in Cornwall. He was dismissed from his position 15 years ago for publishing papers on what he called pre-human architectural influences on human consciousness. The academic establishment called him mad. The students called him brilliant. And Holmes moved to his desk, pulling out paper and pen. I once consulted with him on a case involving symbols found at a murder scene. Symbols are very similar to what we saw tonight. Can we trust him? Can we trust anyone? Holmes was already writing, his hand moving with rapid precision across the page. But if anyone will both believe us and have practical knowledge of how to contain what we've found, it's Ashwood. I'll send this telegram first thing in the morning and ask him to come to London immediately. In the meantime, he sealed the letter, set it aside, and turned back to Watson. In the meantime, we watch. We monitor reports of missing persons, of strange occurrences near Baker Street. We try to discern any pattern to who gets called, who's susceptible. And Watson, I need you to watch me. Watch you? Holmes's expression was grave. It knew my name, my true name, whatever that means. It spoke to me in ways you couldn't hear. I need you to monitor me for any signs that its influence persists. If I start behaving strangely, if I seem drawn to return to that place, if I start speaking in languages I shouldn't know. He met Watson's eyes. If I become a danger, you must stop me, by whatever means necessary. Do you understand? Watson wanted to protest, to say it would never come to that. But he'd seen Holmes's face in the cavern, seen how close his friend had come to succumbing to whatever that thing offered. I understand, he said quietly, but it won't come to that. I hope you're right. Holmes returned to his chair, suddenly looking exhausted, the night's terror finally catching up with his nervous energy. We should rest. Tomorrow will require clear heads and steady nerves. We have work ahead of us, Watson. Research to be done, plans to be made, and somehow, some way, we must find a method to reseal what Victorian progress has unsealed. They retired to their respective rooms, but sleep was long in coming for Watson. He lay in the darkness listening to the sounds of the house settling, the creak of old wood, and the whisper of wind against windows, and underneath it all he strained to hear whether that deep vibration had followed them home. Once, around 3 a.m, he thought he heard Holmes moving about in the sitting room, and he rose quietly to check on his friend. He found Holmes standing at the window, looking, down at Baker Street, bathed in fog and gaslight, his hands pressed against the glass as if he were a prisoner looking out, rather than a man who could walk away any time he chose. "Can't sleep?" Watson said softly. Holmes didn't turn. "It's still singing, Watson. Not as loudly as in the cavern, but I can hear it. Or I think I can hear it. I'm not certain anymore where the sounds end and my imagination begins." He finally looked at Watson, and in the dim light his face looked haggard. "What if I'm already compromised? What if the very fact that I could hear it, could understand it, means that I'm somehow connected to it? Webb said the symbols appear in fever dreams. What if I'm having the fever without the fever, if you follow? What if it's already inside my head?" Watson crossed to his friend, gripping his shoulder firmly. "Then we fight it. The same way you fight every other puzzle and problem, with logic and reason and the stubbornness that makes you possibly the most difficult man I've ever known. You heard it? Yes. But you also walked away. You chose to come back to the surface, to the light, to try to stop it, rather than help it. That choice matters, Holmes. That choice means you're still you." Holmes nodded, but his expression remained troubled. They stood together at the window for a long while, watching the city sleep, two men bearing knowledge they'd never wanted, and responsibility they couldn't shirk. Finally, as the first grey hints of dawn began to soften the darkness, they returned to their rooms and managed a few hours of fitful rest. Morning brought a grey drizzle that turned Baker Street into a watercolour of muted colours and soft edges. Holmes was already dressed when Watson emerged, looking more himself, but with shadows under his eyes that spoke of inadequate sleep. Mrs. Hudson had left breakfast, a more substantial offering than usual, perhaps her way of trying to restore normalcy through eggs and toast and strong coffee. "I've sent the telegram to Ashwood," Holmes said, pouring coffee with steady hands. "Marked urgently. If he responds promptly, he could be in London by tomorrow evening. I've also contacted several of my more discreet sources. People who might have information about underground activity, unusual disappearances, anything that might give us a better picture of what we're dealing with." "And what do we do in the meantime?" "We research." Holmes gestured to the book still spread across the floor, a paper landscape of ancient knowledge and half-forgotten warnings. Everything we can find about sealing rituals, protective wards, methods of containment. The Romans managed it with the technology and knowledge of their time. Surely we can do as well or better with 2,000 years of advancement behind us. They spent the morning buried in books, Holmes attacking the texts with systematic intensity while Watson took notes, trying to organize the fragmentary information into something coherent. The law was scattered and often contradictory. Some texts spoke of sealing through sacred geometry, others through materials that resonated at specific frequencies, still others through complex rituals that seemed more sympathetic magic than engineering. But threads appeared, patterns emerged. The common elements seemed to be physical barriers reinforced with specific symbolic patterns, the use of certain metals and materials, and most intriguingly, the involvement of what the texts called those who could hear. People with sensitivity to the very things being sealed, who could somehow use that sensitivity to close the doorway their perception had helped open. "That would be you," Watson said, looking up from a particularly obscure medieval manuscript. "The ones who could hear. You heard it, understood it. According to this, That might mean you're key to sealing it properly. Holmes had gone very still. Or it means I'm the perfect tool for it to use. Watson, think about it. What if that's why it called me specifically? What if my bloodline connection, my ability to hear its true speech, isn't a weapon we can use against it, but a vulnerability it can exploit? Before Watson could respond, there was a knock at the door. Mrs. Hudson, looking worried, with a young constable in tow. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, but this officer says there's been another disappearance. Several, actually. He's asking if you might assist." The constable looked barely 20, his face pale beneath his helmet. "4 more missing as of this morning, sir. All from within a quarter-mile of here. And one of them—" He consulted his notebook with shaking hands. "One of them left a note, said he heard singing, said it was calling him home, though he'd lived in London his whole life. His landlady found the note this morning when she went to check on him. She's quite distraught, sir. Says he looked feverish yesterday and kept drawing strange pictures on his walls." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. "Show us," Holmes said, already reaching for his coat. "The landlady, the note, the pictures, everything." The constable led them 3 streets over to a boarding house that Watson had passed 100 times without noticing. The landlady was Mrs. Peterson, a stout woman with red eyes from crying, who took them up to the missing man's room on the 3rd floor. The room was small and spare, a bed, a washstand, a single window overlooking a narrow alley. But every inch of wall space was covered in drawings. Not pictures, exactly. Symbols. The same symbols they'd seen in the cavern, carved into ancient stone by unknown hands. Here, rendered in pencil and ink, and what looked like charcoal, overlapping and interweaving in patterns that made Watson's eyes water. Some were tiny, obsessively detailed. Others were crude, slashed across the plaster as if drawn in desperate haste. And in the center of one wall, written in a hand that started neat and devolved into frantic scrawl, "I hear it. I understand. It knows my name. I must go home." Holmes stood in the center of the room, turning slowly, taking in the walls, with an expression Watson had learned to recognize. The look of a man solving a puzzle he desperately wished had no solution. "How long did he live here?" 3 months, sir," Mrs. Peterson said from the doorway, unwilling to enter the room. "Quiet man, clerk at a shipping company, never any trouble until about 2 weeks ago, started keeping odd hours, coming home late, said he'd been taking walks, long walks at night. And then the drawing started. I heard him up at all hours, scratching at the walls. When I complained, he apologized so nicely I hadn't the heart to put him out. But this morning when I knocked to collect the rent, there was no answer. And when I let myself in—" She gestured helplessly at the decorated walls. "What does it all mean, Mr. Holmes?" "It means," Holmes said carefully, "that your tenant became ill. A fever of sorts. The symbols are hallucinations made manifest. Nothing more. Dr. Watson here can explain the medical aspects, but the important thing now is to find the missing man before he comes to harm." He was lying, of course, saying what needed to be said to keep Mrs. Peterson from asking questions that led to truths she was better off not knowing. Watson played along, offering soothing medical explanations about fever-induced delusions and the importance of rest and proper treatment. But all the while, he and Holmes were studying the room, looking for patterns in the chaos, trying to understand what the missing man had been attempting to communicate, or perhaps to invoke. "We need to photograph this," Holmes muttered to Watson, while Mrs. Peterson was distracted by the constable's questions. "Every wall. And then we need to paint over it, cover it completely. These symbols, they're not just representations, Watson. They're active somehow, like the ones in the cavern. Being exposed to them for prolonged periods might itself be dangerous." They arranged for a photographer to document the room, made appropriate statements to the constable about doing everything possible to locate the missing persons, and finally escaped back to Baker Street, with Watson's head pounding, and Holmes moving with barely restrained urgency. "4 more, Holmes said as soon as they were inside. "In one night. It's accelerating, Watson. Whatever that thing is doing, however it's calling people, it's getting stronger, or more desperate. Or, perhaps—" He stopped, a terrible thought visibly crossing his face. Perhaps each person who answers the call makes it stronger. Each mind that joins with it increases its reach, its power. It's not just waking, Watson. It's growing. Then we need help now. We can't wait for your professor. We need to contact the authorities, the military, someone with resources. And tell them what? Holmes spun to face him. That we need to seal an ancient cavern beneath London before an incomprehensible entity wakes from its millennial sleep. Watson, even if they believed us, what could they do? Send soldiers down into the tunnels. Have engineers poured concrete over the opening. It didn't work for the Victorians 15 years ago, and it won't work now. Physical barriers aren't enough. The thing reaches out through dreams and songs and the vulnerable spaces in human consciousness. You can't seal that with concrete. Watson knew his friend was right, but the feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. They'd found the source of the disappearances, had descended into its lair and witnessed its power, and yet they seemed no closer to stopping it. If anything, they'd simply confirmed how inadequate their human solutions were against something so ancient and alien. The afternoon passed in tense research and mounting anxiety. Holmes sent more telegrams, contacted more obscure sources, while Watson reviewed their maps and notes, trying to find some angle they'd missed. Around 4 o'clock, a response came from Professor Ashwood. "Arriving Paddington, 9 p.m. Stop. Bring everything. Stop. This is worse than you know. Stop, Ashwood." "Worse than we know," Watson repeated. "How could it possibly be worse than we know?" Holmes had gone pale, reading the telegram. Ashwood has studied this. If he says it's worse, then there are dimensions to this situation we haven't even conceived of yet. We need to prepare for his arrival. Everything we've found, every photograph, every note. He'll need to see it all. They spent the remaining hours organizing their evidence, creating something like a case file for an investigation that belonged more to archaeology and theology than to criminal justice. Mrs. Hudson brought them tea at 6, took one look at the organized chaos of papers and photographs and maps, and simply shook her head. "I'll leave the pot," she said. "You look like you'll need it." At 8:30, they took a cab to Paddington Station, arriving just as the train from Cornwall pulled in with a hiss of steam and squeal of brakes. Professor Marcus Ashwood descended from a first-class carriage, immediately recognizable from Holmes's description. A tall man in his 60s, with wild grey hair, and eyes that held both brilliant intelligence and something like haunted knowledge. He carried a worn leather bag and walked with a cane, though his movement suggested the cane was more affection than necessity. "Holmes," he said, gripping the detective's hand firmly. "I came as quickly as possible. And Dr. Watson, I presume?" Excellent. We'll need medical expertise before this is done. He glanced around the bustling station, at the ordinary people going about their ordinary journeys, oblivious to what waited in the darkness below their city. Not here. We need privacy. Your lodgings, I think. And Holmes. His expression grew grave. I hope you understand what you've stumbled into. The sealed places aren't sealed because they're dangerous. They're sealed because what's inside them is necessary to the structure of reality itself. Break those seals, wake those sleepers, and the consequences ripple far beyond a few missing persons in London. The cab ride back to Baker Street was silent, the three men each lost in their own thoughts. Watson found himself studying Ashwood, trying to gauge what kind of man dedicates his life to studying things that got him dismissed from Oxford, that made him speak of reality structure as if it was something that could be threatened by wrong angles and ancient songs. They climbed the stairs to 221B, and Holmes spread out their evidence, photographs, notes, maps, drawings copied from the cavern walls. Ashwood studied it all with intense focus, occasionally making small sounds of recognition or dismay, until finally he looked up at them both with an expression that managed to combine pity and grim determination. "Gentlemen," he said quietly, "what you've found beneath Baker Street is what's known in certain very old circles as a dreamer. One of the things that was here before, that will be here after, and that maintains certain fundamental aspects of existence through its sleeping. The Romans didn't seal it to protect humanity from it. They sealed it to protect it from humanity, to keep it sleeping, undisturbed, so that it could continue its necessary dreaming." "Necessary?" Watson said. "How can that thing be necessary?" "Because," Ashwood said, setting down the photographs with hands that trembled slightly, "its dreams help hold the walls between worlds. Its sleeping maintains certain boundaries that keep reality stable. Wake it fully, disrupt its dreaming, and those boundaries begin to fail. The missing persons, they're not being consumed or killed. They're being incorporated into its dream, helping to stabilize what your Victorian excavations disrupted. In a way, they're sacrificing themselves to prevent something worse." Holmes had gone very still. "Then what do we do? If we can't wake it and let it sleep undisturbed, what possible solution exists?" Ashwood smiled, but there was no humour in it. "We perform the ritual the Romans should have performed 2,000 years ago. We don't just seal the chamber. We repair the dream. We give it what it needs to slip back into proper sleep, to resume its function without requiring human minds to shore up the gaps your tunneling created. But Holmes," he looked at the detective with something like sympathy, "the ritual requires someone who can hear it, who understands its speech, someone it knows. You heard it call your name. That gives you the key." "The key to what exactly?" Watson demanded, not liking where this was going. "The key to everything," Ashwood said. "The key to resealing the chamber, to repairing reality, and quite possibly, depending on how angry or hungry the dreamer is, the key to whether London exists tomorrow morning or slips sideways into whatever spaces exist between the dreams of ancient things." The clock struck 9, and somewhere far below their feet, something patient and terrible continued its singing, calling, waiting for those who would hear and answer and help it wake, or help it sleep, or help it do whatever incomprehensible thing it had been doing since before humanity learned to speak. And three men sat in a London sitting room, surrounded by evidence of impossible things, and tried to devise a plan to save a city that had no idea it needed saving. Professor Ashwood's hands moved across the maps and photographs with the practiced precision of a surgeon, though what he operated on was knowledge itself. Fragments of ancient understanding stitched together across centuries of careful study. He'd laid out his own materials now, pulled from that worn leather bag. Scrolls that looked medieval, journals in his own cramped handwriting, and several objects Watson couldn't quite categorize. Stones carved with symbols, a compass that pointed in directions other than north, and a small box made of what looked like bone but felt cold in a way that bone never should. "The ritual is complex," Ashwood said, spreading a hand-drawn diagram across Holmes's desk. "Not in execution, but in precision. Every element must be exact, every word spoken at the proper moment, every gesture made with absolute conviction. The Romans had priests trained for decades in the old ways, men who understood that reality is more negotiable than most people prefer to believe. We have—" he gestured at the three of them. "We have a detective, a doctor, and a disgraced professor. It will have to be enough." "Walk us through it," Holmes said, leaning forward with that intense focus Watson knew meant he was memorizing every detail. "What exactly must be done?" Ashwood pointed to the diagram, which showed the cavern from above, with various points marked in red ink. "First, we must descend at a specific time, 3 hours before dawn, when the boundary between sleeping and waking is thinnest, when dreams have their greatest power over the waking world. We place wards at these 7 points around the pit, each one inscribed with the proper symbols and oriented at precise angles. These aren't decorative, gentlemen. They're geometric keys, alignments that help convince reality to flow in specific directions." "Convince reality," Watson repeated, "as if it's a person who can be persuaded." "Reality is more fluid than Newton would have liked," Ashwood said with a slight smile. "Particularly in places like this, where something ancient has been dreaming long enough to thin the walls between what is and what might be. The wards help reinforce those walls, reminding reality of its preferred configuration. But the wards alone aren't enough. Someone must speak to the dreamer, someone it recognizes, someone who can hear its true speech and respond in kind." Holmes's jaw tightened. "Someone like me. Precisely like you. Holmes, you said it called you by a name you'd never heard, but somehow recognized. That suggests a connection deeper than your conscious memory, possibly hereditary. Your ancestors may have been among those who sealed it originally, priests or priests' bloodline, carrying forward some capacity to perceive and interact with these entities. That connection is a bridge, and you must walk across it." "To tell it what, exactly?" Watson interjected. "To go back to sleep like a child after a nightmare?" "In essence, yes." Ashwood's expression was grave. "But the language must be precise. The dreamer doesn't understand English or Latin or any human tongue as we know them. It understands concepts, patterns, the deep grammar of existence itself. Holmes must communicate the idea of boundaries restored, of sleep renewed, of dreams continuing in their proper patterns. He must, in effect, sing it as a lullaby, in a language older than language." The room fell silent, except for the ticking of the clock and the soft sound of rain against the windows. Watson looked at his friend, seeing the tension in Holmes's shoulders, the slight tremor in his hands that he was working hard to suppress. This was asking more than any case had ever asked, not just courage or cleverness, but a kind of surrender, an opening of the self to something that could easily consume what it touched. "And if I can't," Holmes said quietly, "if I speak to it and fail to convince it, or if opening that connection allows it to take control of me." Ashwood pulled out the bone-white box, opening it to reveal a knife. Not steel. The blade seemed to be made of the same strange material as the box, something that absorbed light rather than reflected it. Then Dr. Watson uses this. Not on the dreamer, conventional weapons are useless against it, but on the connection itself. This blade can sever bonds that exist outside normal space. If Holmes becomes a conduit for the dreamer's full awakening, Watson can cut the connection. It will likely kill Holmes, or at least destroy significant portions of his mind, but it will prevent the dreamer from using him as an anchor to pull itself fully into our world. "Absolutely not," Watson said immediately. "There must be another way." "There is no other way," Holmes interrupted, his voice steady now, decided. "Watson, we've known since the beginning that this was dangerous, that we were dealing with something beyond normal threats. If my death, or my mind's death, is the price for sealing that thing properly, for protecting London and everyone in it, then it's a price I'm prepared to pay. You taught me that in Afghanistan, didn't you? That sometimes the mission requires sacrifice? Not this mission, not you." Holmes turned to face his friend fully, and his expression held a warmth Watson had rarely seen, usually kept hidden beneath layers of logic and rationality. "Then pray I succeed, my dear Watson. Pray I can speak the words correctly, sing the song that sends it back to proper sleep. But if I fail—" He reached out, gripping Watson's shoulder. "If I fail, you must do what's necessary. Promise me." Watson wanted to refuse, wanted to find some other solution, some clever alternative that didn't involve pointing a reality-cutting knife at his closest friend. But he'd been a soldier before he was a doctor, and he understood the mathematics of sacrifice, the cold calculation that sometimes one life must be weighed against thousands. "I promise," he said, the words tasting like ashes. "But it won't come to that. It won't if we prepare properly." Ashwood was already moving, organizing materials, checking his list against what they'd gathered. "We have until 3 hours before dawn. That gives us perhaps 8 hours to rest, gather final supplies, and prepare ourselves mentally for what's to come. Holmes, you'll need to study these." He handed over several pages covered in symbols that seemed to writhe and shift on the paper. "These are the phonetic approximations of the words you must speak. They won't be exact. Human throats weren't designed for these sounds, but intention matters as much as precision. If you speak to them with true understanding, with genuine will to repair what's been broken, the dreamer should recognize the attempt and respond accordingly." Holmes took the pages, studying them with fierce concentration. "How do you know all this? The Romans are long dead, their priests scattered to history. Where did this knowledge come from?" Ashwood's smile was sad. "From others who've had to perform similar rituals in similar circumstances. The world is older than most people know, Holmes, and humanity has been accidentally breaking seals and waking sleepers since we learned to dig deep enough. There are those who've made it their life's work to repair the damage, to reseal what shouldn't be unsealed. I'm one of them. I've performed 3 such rituals myself, in different places, under different circumstances. Lost most of my academic credibility in the process, but gained knowledge that Oxford's libraries never contained. "Did you ever have to use the knife?" Watson asked quietly. "Once?" Ashwood's hand moved unconsciously to his temple, where a thin scar traced a line into his grey hair. My colleague failed to maintain the separation between himself and what he spoke to. I had to sever the connection. He survived, physically, but he spent the last decade in an asylum, drawing symbols on his walls and singing in languages no one can identify. So yes, Dr. Watson, the knife is a last resort, but it's a necessary one. They spent the next hours in preparation that felt both practical and ritualistic. Ashwood walked them through each step of the ceremony. The precise placement of the wards, the exact words Holmes must attempt to speak, the signs Watson should watch for that would indicate whether the ritual was working or failing catastrophically. Holmes practiced the pronunciation, his voice straining around syllables that seemed to bend in his mouth, that resonated in frequencies Watson's ears protested hearing. Mrs. Hudson brought up a late supper around midnight, took one look at the bone knife lying on the table amid mystical diagrams and ancient texts, and simply set down the tray and left without comment. Her silence spoke volumes. She knew something terrible was happening, understood her lodgers were preparing for some danger she couldn't fathom, and had decided that the best support she could offer was tea and sandwiches and the dignity of not asking questions that would only lead to answers she didn't want to hear. At 2 a.m, they dressed for the descent. Practical clothing, sturdy boots, but Ashwood insisted they also wear certain items: a silver chain around the neck, iron in their pockets, salt in small pouches at their belts. Old protections, he explained. Maybe superstition, maybe something more. But when you're walking into the den of something that dreams reality wrong, you take every advantage you can get. The streets of London were empty at this hour, the city sleeping peacefully under a sky beginning to clear, stars visible between the departing clouds. Watson looked up at them, those distant points of light, and wondered if they'd still be there tomorrow, if reality would still hold together enough for stars to shine and streets to run straight, and people to wake up believing the world was solid and knowable and safe. They hired a cab to Marylebone, the driver cheerfully inquiring about why 3 men needed transportation to a boarded-up warehouse at 3 a.m. London had long since learned not to ask too many questions about what happened in the dark hours. They paid him generously and watched him drive away, disappearing into the pre-dawn darkness, carrying with him the last connection to the ordinary world they might not return to. The descent was familiar now, almost routine, though Watson's heart hammered with each foot they dropped into the earth. The lift cage rattled and creaked, and somewhere below them the singing was already audible, as if the dreamer knew they were coming, had been waiting for this moment, anticipating either its resealing or its final awakening, with the patient curiosity of something that had existed long enough to find both outcomes equally interesting. They stepped out into the tunnel, and immediately Watson felt the difference. The air was thicker, charged with something that made his skin prickle and his teeth ache. The symbols carved into the walls seemed to glow faintly, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the distant singing. Even the stones beneath their feet felt different, as if the tunnel had become less passageway and more threshold, a liminal space between the waking world and whatever existed in the dreamer's domain. "It's exciting," Ashwood said quietly, his face grim in the electric torchlight. "Or anxious." or angry? Perhaps all three. The boundaries are thinner than I'd like. We need to move quickly before it decides whether it wants to help or hinder us. They made their way to the excavation chamber, to that hole in the Roman wall that breathed darkness and possibility. Ashwood went through first, Holmes second, Watson last, and they descended single file into the passage beyond, their torches cutting weak tunnels through darkness that seemed to resist illumination more actively than before. The cavern opened before them, vast and incomprehensible, and Watson saw with sick certainty that it had changed. The carved pillars had shifted position, not dramatically, but enough to be noticeable, forming new geometric patterns that hurt to look at. The floor had altered, stones rearranged into configurations that suggested symbols writ large, messages or warnings or invitations spelled out in architecture, for those who could read such languages. And the pit sang, not metaphorically. The darkness within it produced sound in waves and layers and harmonics that seemed to carry physical weight, pressing against their bodies, their minds, seeking entry points and vulnerable spaces where ancient songs could take root. Holmes stumbled, catching himself against Watson's arm, his face going pale as the singing found him, recognized him, called to him in the language only he could fully hear. The wards, Ashwood was saying, his voice cutting through the song with determined pragmatism. We place them now, before it gets stronger. Holmes, stay focused. Don't listen too deeply, not yet. Wait until the wards are set, and we're ready. They moved around the pit's circumference, Ashwood directing them to specific points where geometry and symbol and intention would combine to reinforce reality's preferred shape. At each point, they placed a ward, paper inscribed with those impossible symbols, weighted with stones, oriented at precise angles that Ashwood measured with his strange compass. 7 points forming a pattern that looked almost like a flower, or perhaps a cage, or perhaps both, depending on how one chose to interpret the lines connecting them. At each ward's placement, the singing changed slightly, modulating in response, and Watson could have sworn he heard anger in it, or perhaps respect, acknowledgement that these small humans understood enough of the old ways to make an attempt at least. Whether that attempt would be enough remained to be seen. "It's ready," Ashwood said finally, standing back from the last ward and surveying their work with a critical eye. "The pattern is complete. Holmes, you need to stand there." He pointed to a spot at the pit's edge, directly between 2 wards. "That's the focal point. From there, you speak the words we practiced. You open yourself to hear its response, and you negotiate the terms of its return to proper sleep." Holmes moved to the indicated spot with mechanical precision, his face set in lines of concentration and barely suppressed fear. Watson took his position nearby, the bone knife heavy in his pocket, feeling sick at the thought of potentially needing to use it. Ashwood stood at a 3rd point, forming a triangle, his hands raised and already beginning to speak in a language that predated Latin, that might have been what the first humans spoke when they first encountered things like the dreamer, and tried to find words for what couldn't be worded. The singing intensified, rising to fill the entire cavern with sound that was also pressure, also presence, also something for which English had no adequate term. And in that rising song, Watson heard something new. Voices, human voices. The missing persons, somewhere in the darkness beyond their torchlight, chanting in unison, their individual identities subsumed into the dreamer's vast consciousness, helping it push toward full awakening, or perhaps helping it resist. Watson couldn't tell which. Holmes began to speak. The sounds that came from his throat were wrong, fundamentally wrong, syllables that bent in mid-air and carried meanings that bypassed language entirely to strike directly at understanding. Watson felt each word like a physical impact, felt his consciousness shudder as Holmes spoke the language of things that dreamed reality into question. But his friend's voice remained steady, determined, speaking the words Ashwood had taught him, the phrases that meant boundaries and sleep and necessary dreaming and walls between worlds held firm. The pit responded. Something rose from the darkness, not physically, not something Watson could see clearly, but a presence, an attention so vast and ancient that being in its focus felt like standing naked in a hurricane. It regarded Holmes with curiosity and recognition, and Watson saw his friend go rigid as that attention fixed on him fully, as the dreamer truly saw the man who'd descended into its domain twice now, who'd heard its call and returned not to serve, but to reseal. Holmes kept speaking, his voice growing strained, the words coming faster now, more desperate. Watson could see the strain in every line of his body, could see how the connection was pulling at him, threatening to drag him down into the pit's darkness or up into the dreamer's vast consciousness. Either direction, meaning the loss of everything that made Holmes himself. Ashwood was chanting too, his voice forming a counterpoint to Holmes's speaking, weaving a pattern of sound and intention that seemed to push against the dreamer's attention, to remind it of limits and boundaries and the necessity of separation between the waking and the dreaming. And slowly, agonizingly, the singing began to change. The anger or excitement in it faded, replaced by something else. Comprehension, perhaps, or resignation, or the vast indifference of something so old that being resealed was just another brief interruption in an existence measured in epochs. The human voices in the darkness fell silent one by one, as if released from whatever hold the dreamer had maintained. The presence that pressed against Watson's mind began to withdraw, pulling back down into the pit, retreating not in defeat, but in acceptance of the arrangement being offered. Continued sleep, continued dreaming, walls restored and maintained, so that its necessary function could continue undisturbed. Holmes spoke the final words, his voice breaking on syllables that should have destroyed his throat, and then collapsed to his knees, gasping, his hands pressed against the stone as if he needed its solidity to remember. He was still physical, still himself, still separate from what he'd touched. The singing stopped. The silence that followed was so profound that Watson's ears rang with it. He rushed to Holmes's side, checking his pulse, his pupils, looking for signs that his friend was still entirely present. Holmes looked up at him, and his eyes were his own, clear and aware and human, though holding knowledge they'd never held before, shadows of understanding that would probably never entirely fade. "Did it work?" Watson asked, helping Holmes to his feet. "Look," Ashwood said, pointing to the pit. The darkness within it had changed quality, no longer reaching upward, no longer pressing against the boundaries of the physical world, but settling, compressing, becoming once again simply darkness rather than something that wore darkness as a disguise. The chains around the pit's edge, which had been straining against invisible tension, relaxed slightly, their burden eased. And around them, stumbling out of the shadows beyond the torchlight, came the missing persons. Not all of them. Some, Watson realized with grief, must have been too deeply merged with the dreamer to return. But enough. 10, perhaps 12 people, looking dazed and confused, but human, their eyes clearing as whatever had held them released its grip. Thomas Wickham, Holmes said, recognizing the clerk who'd first disappeared, now standing blinking in the torchlight as if waking from a long sleep. And the others. They came back. "Because you gave the dreamer what it needed," Ashwood said, moving among the wards and beginning to gather them up carefully. Understanding, acknowledgement, the promise that it could continue its necessary function without interference. It released them because the compact was renewed. It will dream, and we will leave it undisturbed, and reality will hold together for another age or two, until the next time humans dig too deep and break seals they don't understand. Watson was helping the survivors, checking them for injuries, finding them mostly unharmed physically, though who knew what marks their minds would carry. They seemed confused, uncertain how they'd come to be in this cavern, their memories of what they'd experienced already fading, like dreams upon waking. Perhaps that was mercy. Perhaps the dreamer had given them that small gift, the ability to forget what they'd seen, what they'd been part of in the darkness below the world. Holmes was still kneeling at the pit's edge, and Watson returned to him, concerned by his friend's continued stillness. "Holmes, are you hurt?" "No," Holmes said softly. "Not hurt, just changed. Watson, I heard things, understood things that I shouldn't have been able to understand, and now I can't unhear them, can't unknow them. The universe is so much stranger than I ever imagined, so much older and more dangerous and more wonderful. How do I go back to ordinary cases, ordinary mysteries, after touching something that exists outside the boundaries of what we call real?" "The same way you always have," Watson said firmly, gripping his friend's arm. "One step at a time, one problem at a time, one day at a time. The universe may be strange, but Baker Street is still Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson still makes tea. London still needs someone brilliant enough to notice what others miss. That hasn't changed." Holmes looked at him, and slowly the shadow in his eyes receded slightly. Not gone, but contained. "Thank you, Watson, for coming with me, for standing ready to do what would have been necessary if I'd failed, for being the anchor that keeps me tethered to the ordinary world." "Always," Watson said simply. They gathered the survivors and made the long climb back to the surface, Ashwood carefully resealing the hole in the Roman wall as they passed through, placing new wards, stronger ones, with the promise that he would arrange for proper reinforcement once they reached the surface. The Victorian tunnel felt blessedly normal after the cavern, and the lift ride up felt like resurrection, each foot gaining, returning them more fully to the world of gaslight and reason and comfortable ignorance. They emerged into the grey hour before dawn, that liminal time when London was caught between darkness and light, sleeping and waking. The air tasted of coming rain and coal smoke and blessed, mundane humanity. The survivors were taken to hospitals with stories of gas leaks and tunnel collapses, explanations that satisfied, because people wanted to be satisfied, wanted to believe in rational causes and lucky rescues rather than ancient dreamers and reality-bending rituals. Holmes and Watson returned to Baker Street as the sun rose, painting the fog-wrapped city in shades of gold and amber. Mrs. Hudson met them at the door, took one look at their exhausted faces, and simply nodded, as if confirming something she'd already known. "There's breakfast keeping warm," she said, "and I've laid the fire in the sitting room. You'll want to rest, I expect." "Yes," Holmes said, "rest. And then, Watson, I think perhaps an ordinary case, something involving theft or blackmail, or any of the delightfully straightforward crimes that London offers. I find myself nostalgic for problems that can be solved with logic and evidence rather than songs in languages that predate speech." They climbed the stairs to 221B, to their familiar sitting room with its comfortable chairs and pipe smoke smell, and the faint scent of Mrs. Hudson's breakfast wafting up from below. Holmes sank into his chair with a sigh that seemed to release the night's entire weight, and Watson took his customary position across from him, the space between them holding all the words that didn't need to be spoken about what they'd witnessed, what they'd done, what they'd preserved. Outside, London woke to another ordinary day. Cabs rattled past on cobblestones. Vendors called their wares. The city breathed and lived and went about its business, never knowing how close it had come to slipping sideways into spaces where dreams were more real than waking, where ancient things sang reality into new and terrible configurations. But two men knew. Two men would carry that knowledge forward, would occasionally look at each other with the understanding of shared experience that went beyond words. And sometimes, late at night, when the city slept and the fog pressed close, they would listen, not intentionally, but unable to help themselves, for that deep vibration, that distant singing, that reminder that beneath London's streets something ancient still dreamed, held by walls and wards, and the promise that while it slept, the waking world would leave it undisturbed. The fire crackled its familiar song, the kettle whistled its cheerful note, and in the growing morning light the shadows retreated to their proper corners where they belonged, and the mystery of the whisperer beneath Baker Street became a story that would never be told, a case never recorded, a truth kept safe in the memories of those who descended into darkness and returned, changed, certainly, but still themselves, still human, still capable of appreciating the profound gift of an ordinary morning after a night when ordinary almost ceased to exist. And that, Watson thought as he poured tea and watched his friend's eyes slowly close in exhausted sleep, was victory enough. That's our story tonight. Perhaps you're resting under the gentle glow of Prague, the warm evening breeze of Jakarta, the moonlit calm of Havana, or the quiet night rhythm of Sydney. If this moment brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in calm and wonder. Let the stillness gather around you. Let your thoughts soften. Let your dreams drift wherever they wish. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this beautiful, boundless world.